Start cooking first, I guess. I'm gonna make sure you don't disconnect me mainly. A lot of barrels. Starborn. No, I don't want to. Alright, what else? I would like to go upstairs, which I will do so now. I don't know where my shoes are. Maybe I'll just wear these. Who cares? You're good enough to walk in the mud. No, these are not fit for what I want to do. I need to charge my headphones while I'm gone. Gonna run upstairs. Won't take me long. Charge my headphones while I do that. And let's turn this off for now. And you are keys. Keys. brought down a bottle of wine to have with lunch. Don't disconnect me. Okay. There. This will go over here. I have some Casio in there. I think. Casio. Or, I don't know, that peanutty nutty bowl. And I'll have some potatoes. No, this is enough. That's enough for me. So. Okay. Peanutty noodle bowl. I will have a peanutty noodle bowl for lunch and some sugar Lugunitas beer and some wine. Oh, god damn it. Son of a bitch. Every time I turn a corner, there's a fucking turret now. Mmm. Good beer. I'm gonna peel the film off my lunch. Smells right good. Yeah. Peanutty noodle bowl. Don't steam burn me. Hey, you kitty. You should go outside. Go outside. Go outside. Go on. Yep, I'm kicking you out. It's a beautiful day out there. Get out there. No, that wasn't it. Oh, damn it. Yep. Very fair. So fair. Gonna eat my lunch now. This is the end of the game, maybe. That's me. Okay, I'm gonna grab my lunch. Okay. Did we glitch? Yes, we did. You haven't auto-saved? No, the whole time? Alright, well, fine.
Oh geez. For years, the Steam community has been dealing with a parasite, a metagame where being the most annoying, controversial, or low-effort person in the room was actually a beneficial strategy. People realized they could farm thousands of dollars worth of Steam points just by baiting the community into getting angry. But today, that era is officially over. Valve just dropped an update that on the surface looks like a simple refresh of some icons. But buried in the patch notes is a change that fundamentally breaks the clown farming economy forever. Valve has officially launched the Steam Community Awards 2nd edition, and while the new art is great, the technical changes behind the scenes are what actually matters for the future of the platform. To understand why this update is such a big deal, we have to look at the problem Valve was trying to solve. When Steam Community Awards first launched, they were meant to be a way to say thank you. If someone wrote a 5,000-word guide on how to optimize your GPU settings, you'd give them an award. They'd get a cool award on their profile and a small kickback of Steam points. But the internet being the internet, users found a loophole. Because certain awards, specifically the Jester Clown Award, were seen as insults, people started posting wild takes just to get people to clown them. This created a toxic incentive structure. The more people you made angry, the more Steam points you earned to deck out your profile. The Steam forums turned into a competition for who had the best rage bait. It became a genuine problem for the platform's usability when you were looking at anything Steam community related, whether it was announcements, reviews, forum posts, artwork, or really anything. Genuine creators were being drowned out, and Valve has been watching this play out for years. And with the 2nd edition update, they've stepped in with a solution that is simple yet devastating for the farmers. Let's look at exactly what Valve said in their announcement, as they've introduced a fresh set of 12 awards. These are designed to be more thematically appropriate, but the headline of the update is tucked away under the new heading. New awards no longer transfer points. Valve's explanation is surprisingly transparent. They stated, quote, "We found that this encouraged and rewarded a narrow set of attention-grabbing content and didn't allow the focus to be as much on a broader pool of thoughtful, well-considered creative content." This is Steam's polite way of saying that clown farming has to stop. From now on, when you give someone a community award, they get the visual recognition on their post, but they receive 0 Steam points. The points you spend on the award essentially just vanish. This change is retroactive in terms of the system, but any pending point transfers from the old awards will still complete. However, the old 1st edition awards, the ones that we have used for years, have been officially retired, so you cannot give them out anymore, and they are now legacy items. Outside of the point transfer change, there are a few other details in this update that change how you interact with the community. First is the cost. Previously, awards had different different price points, but now every single second edition award costs 500 Steam points. This removes any confusion about which award is better to give. Second is the profile showcases. If you're someone who takes pride in your Steam profile, there is good news. The awards showcase has been updated to include the second edition awards. Valve has made sure that this count includes both the old first edition and the new second edition awards. But of course, as we are talking about Steam points, this update has reignited the same question millions of users have been asking for years. What am I actually supposed to do with all these points? If you're sitting on millions of them, you've probably hoped Valve would eventually let you trade them for something tangible, like game discounts or Steam wallet credit. But Valve's answer in this update is pretty clear. In their updated FAQ, they explicitly double down on the point shop. Their only suggestion for your mountain of points is to buy more profile decorations, animated stickers, or the seasonal badge. However, there is a catch for badge hunters. The community contributor and community patron badges are tied exclusively to the first edition. If you were hoping to use these new awards to level up those specific badges, you are now out of luck. Valve has confirmed that those badges will remain on profiles, but will not include progress from second edition awards. So the big question many will have is, will this actually fix the Steam community? By removing the points incentive, Valve has effectively taken the profit out of being toxic. If a clown farmer posts rage bait now, there isn't really anything for them to gain. By making awards purely about conveying appreciation, they are trying to steer Steam back towards being a place for guides, artwork, and legitimate reviews, which should be great for anyone who wants to use the Steam community. Whether you are happy to see the clowns go or you're going to miss the chaos of the forums, Steam just became a different place. Don't forget to subscribe.
I'm down. I'm all good for it. Yeah.
Valve and Steam.
Let's reform.
MAGA YouTuber and
Plug my headphones back in. Gonna beat Starfield, I guess, which is cool. The suit's better if you save both of them. No, I killed the. I didn't kill. I didn't kill. Or did I kill the hunter? Maybe I did. So here's my big save. I'll turn on the voice for the end of the game here. I'm beating Starfield, apparently.
Journalist Nick Shirley is going viral again for the wrong reasons. And if you don't know, Nick Shirley is the reason why ICE is terrorizing Minneapolis because of a viral video he put out with misinformation in it that led to the vice president commenting on it, Elon Musk sharing it. Now tens of thousands of Minnesotans are being terrorized in their homes because of this guy. Now what I want to show you are these clips are going viral because this guy's not very bright. This is not a bright individual. He is clearly being used for a purpose. Now Nick Shirley, in part of his investigation, went to a medical plaza. As someone said here, Nick Shirley is confused why healthcare providers would be in the same building. He says they should go to different places to get away from the competition. Here it is.
Same type of business providing the same service in the same building. Another convenience home healthcare, aid, Inc., and child-friendly space. All these companies get money from the government. Why would you have the same company essentially inside of the same building, door to door? Right here, Queenly Home Healthcare. It just does not make sense. If you're trying to operate a business, you'd want to have less competition. But here, they have all of their competition right next door.
Someone said here, this Nick Shirley dude is a certified dumbass, and everybody who believes him are bigger idiots. I am fully convinced something is mentally wrong with this bozo. He's got that look in his eyes where the lights are on, but nobody's home, if you know what I mean. I mean, he really does have... There is something, as you're going to see in this video, there is really something special about this individual. And other folks said, Nick Shirley must be absolutely mystified by malls. Nick Shirley, unsurprisingly, fails to comprehend basic microeconomics and game theory. And another, I believe this guy legit thinks he's uncovered something visiting a medical office building with lots of healthcare providers all located in the same place. Texas Medical Center would blow his mind. Now, Nick Shirley's also going viral for this very short moment on Andrew Callahan's channel here on YouTube called Channel 5 News. It's actually a great channel. If you, I think that no one's doing it like Andrew Callahan. You should go check out his channel if you can. And one of the great things, he's very like, Andrew Callahan's very disarming. So people get very relaxed around him and they start to talk about things that they might not otherwise talk about. It brings us to this moment where Nick Shirley was asked if he believes there are any benevolent billionaires, and this is something you just have to see to believe.
Who do you think are the three most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, you know, net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president. I think he.
Who do you think are the three most...
I'm not gonna make fun of anyone for not knowing what a word is, but the combination of not knowing the word and then going benevolent.
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just...
Benevolent. Not bright. Someone said here, Somalis are low IQ. Define benevolent. Christ. That is the thing, is that so much of MAGA has, during this entire episode, have been trying to say that Somalis are bringing down our country, they're making the area worse, and that they're not bright. And then you have someone like Nick Shirley who can't even define benevolent, let alone pronounce it. Hassan Piker said, this dude is wearing a quality learning Leering Center hoodie that he made and can't even tie his own shoelaces. This is the guy that the VP defended as worthy of a Pulitzer. America is committing intellectual suicide. We are so cooked. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. JD Vance, our vice president, said that that man deserves a Pulitzer. This dude has done more useful journalism than any of the winners of the 2024 Pulitzer Center prizes. And Arizona congressman introduced a bill to award this gentleman with the Congressional Gold Medal. What? Yeah. Someone just gave... They gave the definition for fetal alcohol syndrome, a condition in a child that results from alcohol exposure during the mother's pregnancy. Symptoms can include abnormal facial features, growth deficiencies, and central nervous system problems. See above. Oh, man. Someone else said, bro, sounds like Jimmy from South Park. And I don't know, you can listen for yourself.
Wow, what a terrific audio. Thank you for giving me this great honor, man. Before I...
Was asked, got mad at the interviewer because he said he lost respect for him for not denouncing Charlie Kirk. Callahan said he did, and then Nick Shirley admitted that he's never actually watched his videos.
Asking how do you gain credibility and trust? Well, you say a fact for a fact.
And the fact is that the first thing I think of when I think
And the
of
fact
Somalia
is, what are Somalis known
Phillips.
for? Pirating.
Well, that's in Somalia. There's no pirates in America.
Who's stealing all the money
It's
from
not the
Minnesota?
same as a pirate.
That is piracy. So how do you gain more trust? Well, don't be afraid to say a fact or an opinion.
Even
when
if
you
I know that I'm dumb.
Yes. By not saying anything about the death of Charlie Kirk as well, I thought that was pretty messed up. In a way, he's somebody just like me and you who was making videos, putting it on the internet, and then people literally killed him. But I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
I never saw anything on Instagram.
What am I supposed to say?
You never shared anything.
I interviewed the guy who was debating him while it happened, and I mentioned a bunch of times that it was horrible, and it represented like one of the worst pivots in American politics ever.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I can't believe you never condemned the killing of Charlie Kirk. Well, I did in the video that I was about Charlie Kirk. Well, I never watched it.
Okay.
This is the man JD Vance said should get the Pulitzer Center Prize.
And if you're trying to make a profit, why would you have all these competitors surrounding you? It doesn't make any sense.
Because it doesn't matter.
Because it doesn't matter, and nobody's checking up on them. And even if they do get checked, for instance, Quality Leering Center, they have received over 90 violations over just the past few years.
It's like he feels like he's discovered something no one else has, when really he's just uncovered something that's not there. Lead caused this level of cognition to be normalized. You didn't say anything, but I did. It's all on video. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna watch it. Pretty much nails conservative hive mind, LOL. Why does this guy sound like an incredibly out of breath 5-year-old trying to tell me a bug he found? And as Flockalines on YouTube said, maybe one child left behind. I just want to point out that this video came out on December 26, 2025. And that was just a week after the Justice Department was supposed to start dropping the Epstein files. And so one must wonder if, and I don't think Nick Shirley was collaborating with these individuals, but one must wonder that if some strategic billionaires saw this video gaining a little bit of traction and they did what they can do, which is you can just, I don't know if you know this, you can just pay for a YouTube video to get seen more. You can put an ad spend behind it. You can do that without the channel even knowing you're doing it. So, I would allege that perhaps Nick Shirley has been the beneficiary of billionaire money spreading this video as far as they can in an effort to try to stop us from talking about the Epstein files. And by the way, it kind of worked, because we haven't talked about that in a long time. We've been focusing on Minnesota, Minneapolis, ICE, and it all started from this. So one has to wonder if this is one of the greatest psyops in American history, one of the biggest bait and switches, where Nick Shirley, we saw that Nick Shirley, I don't think he's got the mind for sneaky collaborations, but he could be a useful idiot, and he has been quite useful.
So I want to talk about Highguard just really quickly because I find this game absolutely baffling. Of course, this was revealed at the Game Awards 2025. Jeff Keighley announced it as the one last thing of the show, the last announcement before they hand out the Game of the Year award. Historically, this is a spot that's reserved for the most awarded and accomplished developers in the industry. In 2024, it's where they revealed Intergalactic Heretic Prophet, which is Naughty Dog's next game. And whether you love or hate Naughty Dog, they are critically acclaimed and they are well known in the industry. So to see this game, Highguard, revealed in that same spot certainly put a lot of high expectations on it. And when you consider that Jeff also introduced it at the same time as mentioning Titanfall and Apex Legends, it raised the stakes. And maybe this is a hot take, but I think the gameplay they showed off looked pretty good. It looked even fun at times. But I think the overwhelmingly negative reception to the trailer and announcement was paired with its placement within the show, the overhyping of it, and specifically how it was framed as a new breed of shooter, which I just don't really understand. What they showed looks fine or even good at times, but no part of this seems original, at least as far as we can tell. There's speculation that maybe this is a hybrid of like a team-based objective shooter mixed with like MOBA stuff and larger maps that you need mounts for. And all that sounds fine and dandy and could be cool, but they've not done a great job of communicating that. And it's exacerbated by the fact that they've not communicated literally anything since this reveal. On the official Twitter page, you can actually go there and see that it's still slated for January 2026, but they've not posted anything since December 11th of 2025. Since the reveal, they've gone radio silent, which initially you might excuse because it was right into the holidays and Christmas. Still, you're launching like a month later. You should probably have something planned or like scheduled posts or something, but no, there's just nothing. And then January 1st came around, people went back into the office the days following and still nothing. And now it's January 12th when I'm filming this. The game launches 2 weeks from now, 14 days away, and there's still no update whatsoever. Now, as far as I'm concerned, there's a few possible explanations for this. On the one hand, they're just gonna announce that the game is canceled. I think that's extremely unlikely. The game is basically done. I don't know why they would do that. Two, the other option is that they've just decided to go with like a guerrilla marketing approach where the developers go into chat rooms or they post on social media their experience, and it's more of a personal way of marketing games. A lot of indie developers have started doing that, where instead of partnering with like a big marketing agency, they go out and sort of guerrilla market it themselves, with developers doing a lot of the heavy lifting. I thought maybe that's what they're doing here, especially because the corporate marketing for a game like Concord, for example, went so badly. And I will say, I looked up the personal Instagram and Twitter accounts of about a dozen to 2 dozen different employees working on Highguard, and I can say that they have said nothing about the game. I'm not going to share their names here.
Now that I've beaten the game, I won't ever have to listen to them talk ever again. I know all the lore and I can read it all. I beat it around level 90, not bad. I remember when I quit this game 60 hours in, I was like, it's not ready. It's not ready, but give it 2 years and it's going to be the best game that, you know, out there. The modders will save it, and they absolutely did. The modders did save it. Okay, so we go blur, blur, and then we go functional decor. I need that thing that the mill army or whatever it is. New or whatever it's called. Oh, they want me to like come down, do they? No, they want me to go to the oh, Armillary. I see it's there now. Sweet. Add artifact connected to the ship's grab drive. Add artifact. I'm gonna be Starfield right here, guys.
Prepared.
I will talk to my wife before I leave, I guess.
So, the Unity awaits. I'm not as afraid as I thought I would be. Stepping away from the world you know can lead to a better place.
The greatest treasure is found in the greatest ruin. That's Rumi. This journey has brought us together. I don't know if I want to leave that behind.
That is not what I meant. I would not want to leave it behind so easily either. I just meant that life keeps going. Even when you have lost everything. Do you think we will see
I'm going to take
each
Sarah
other
with me next time.
after the Unity? Will we even recognize each other if we do? I do too. But the emissary makes me doubtful. They are both the person we lost and someone else entirely.
I
If
love
we
this
do
game.
not
I
see
thought it
each
was
other
better than
again,
Morrowind
then
and
this is
Oblivion and
goodbye.
Skyrim and Fallout
I am
3
proud that I was
combined, New
present
Vegas
for this
combined.
journey.
And I think the only other game that rivals it is 76. And so I know what my favorite Bethesda titles are. It's Oblivion, 76, and Starfield. Like I like Skyrim, but I don't think it's that great. I don't know. I need to beat Skyrim in its entirety. I've never done that before. Maybe after this, maybe if Starfield gets boring, I'll go completionist, achievement friendly Skyrim 2. Okay, so now if I warp anywhere, I'm gonna go through the Unity and I'm gonna start the whole game all over again, which is fucking crazy. And my mods won't glitch anymore because they reset the whole game stage. So let's take off. Off into the great blue yonder. This was a great experience. I beat Starfield. How long did it take? Let's go look. Okay, let's leave this universe. I'm ready to leave it. Power up the grab drive to jump to the Unity. Okay. Okay, bitch. The end of Starfield. Let's go! Cool. Fuck the money. Fuck the guns. I want to start all over again. With no pressure, no voices, nothing. I'll try to work on the other achievements, or I could just add the Star Wars one and just go full Star Wars now if I wanted to. Like, I could fork the save. I could be like, this is my modded save now. No, I will keep this achievement-friendly character, but I could always start a modded. I could always start a modded character. That's something I could do. A modded Star Wars character. Yeah, it is cool. I like the graphics. This game was amazing. I didn't think the creation engine could look this good. They did something to my character's face, and they gave her a beard.
You made it.
Or no, maybe I did
hope
that.
you're
I
enjoying
think
the
I
view.
did that.
I never get tired of staring at it. Eternity.
Me neither, man. I keep staring at the light that shines too bright in my face. I've opened the doors of perception, and now I can't get them shut.
A thought occurs. Can anyone ever truly experience reality outside oneself?
No.
All of time and space filters through a singular perspective.
I built her
I am
well.
as
She was
much
an interesting
you as
first
you are part of
character.
everything. All points connect to here. When a star is born or dies, its existence beats through the heart of this place. The unity. I have seen all you are, have been, and could be. Do you feel like you've lived a good life? Is there anything you regret?
I regret my vow of nonviolence, but it's never served me wrong. There were times in my life when I really could have hurt the people who were destroying me and it would have stopped it all. But instead, my pacifism and my vow of nonviolence and my vow of peace led me to darker places where it caused me to lose the love of my life and you know, there's not much I can do about that. So I just re-roll, I keep going. Yeah, I've done all I can and I made peace with what I couldn't. The pacifism was a role. I was supposed to beat up Tad. I was supposed to beat up Pat. I was supposed to beat up these people who beat and raped her. I was supposed to bust and take the people that threatened her out of my community and all of this. But remember, I'm not Batman, and I've never struck a human being in anger, and I don't want to open those floodgates at all. So I just took the pacifism and I did what I could with it. You could call me a gentle soul, but I don't know anyone stronger than me. Yeah, I've done all I can and made peace with what I couldn't. It's actually such a good line. That's Emil Pagliarulo actually writing. You know, once in a while you do see it. I'm gonna save it and I'm gonna put it in a song. I've done all I can and made peace with what I couldn't.
That's good. You'll need that clarity for what comes next. In order
Why
to
do I have a
become
blue
Starborn,
beard?
you must give the universe one last thing. Yourself. That intangible part of you, that something that makes you unique amongst the infinite, will explode like a supernova. A part of you will fuse with the essence of this universe, while another part leaves it behind forever.
Badass, let's do it.
Do you understand what I mean?
Yep.
This one final leap will change this universe
I've made the
forever,
leap many times
even as you leave it
before!
behind.
Today I drank Pinot Grigio. It's the last real day that I get to sit here. Maybe tomorrow, I don't know. But the last couple days I get to sit here before the injury takes me away. And I'm sorry, the getting healthy again takes me away. And the injury doesn't let me sit here any longer. And, you know. Starborn said I was reborn. This sounds like death. Skip to the part where I become more powerful. This is all too much. I don't understand. Wait, the artifacts of Tempest Armor, who created them and why?
Unknowingly, you just answered. For who creates things but creators?
It's a good answer.
That is what they have been named throughout the endless circle of time.
Yeah, that's true.
Are they one or many? Human or alien? Terrestrial or celestial? One day, you might even meet the creators. But not this day. As for the why, so that you could ask that very question. So that you could stand before me for time immemorial and delve into the mysteries of the unending cosmos.
The Starborn said I would be reborn. This sounds like death.
Much like the death of a star creating new kinds of matter, so will part of your being become fused with the unity itself.
It's an emotional day for me. I beat Starfield today.
Is what becomes Starborn and crosses into the multiverse. Through your eyes, it will be as if waking up from a dream. Walk into the gate of light, and you will become Starborn. Everything will vanish, and you will awaken somewhere else. But that isn't your only potential destiny. You could turn around, walk away from the unity until the stars fade away, and you will wake up on your ship, in your universe. You could live out the life you have. I've enjoyed speaking to you once again.
Me too.
All of you. Every version that is here in the Unity right now.
Go out into the stars, my children.
As you consider stepping towards infinity, I offer you a glimpse into what will happen to the universe you may be leaving, as the essence of who you are is spread throughout space and time. Sharing Crix's legacy with the Crimson Fleet turns the Pirate Confederation from a mere scourge to a full-blown threat.
What else is new? What else is new?
Pirates grow to fear is each other.
Yeah, the only thing I fear is other people like me. Well, it was my nature. I chose Crix. I did. Reminds me of Neon Genesis.
Behind Will in Time published their data about the discovery of the artifacts.
This is my favorite single-player game by far.
Space exploration across the settled systems is given new life as people search for hope out there in the stars.
Hope is in the stars. I'm glad I played my part in it.
The resurrection of the Asili species leads to a massive reduction in terramorph attacks across the settled systems.
Go Asilis!
At the same time, the need to spread the Asilis far and wide increases cooperation between all the factions. Belief in the UC as the diplomatic leader of the settled systems grows. Agreeing to cover up Ron Hope's crimes in exchange for credits cements a partnership between Hope Tech and the Freestar Rangers. Enthusiasm for industrial advancement grows through the Freestar Collective. A greater sense that sacrifices are necessary for the sake of economic progress grows. The emissary remains in this universe, but your faith in them inspires them to seek out those they believe are worthy of finding the unity. Many noble Starborn will be reborn under their guidance.
Anna Dreja. I hope they give her a line. She was a wonderful wife.
Your lover, Andreja, eventually chooses to be reborn herself. Your commitment to each other bolsters all relationships in the settled systems. Marriages blossom, more people in House Faroon begin to question its orthodoxy and look to the outside world.
Love is all you need. It's greater than the continuum. I've had it many times in my life. Maybe enough. Maybe enough to just walk through the ball and find my way.
Although you leave this universe behind, a new universe awaits you. Who will you be in this one? What choices will you make?
This is the best vision of what Bethesda offers. Absolutely. One giant leap, bitch. I liked what Todd did here. The sound cut out. I love being done with the lore of a game because then I can just focus on grinding out the rest of it. I don't do it a whole lot. Probably about 20 times in my life or something. This was a good one. The only other games that stand out with this one are like Final Fantasy VI. Borderlands 1. Metal Gear Solid 1. Urban Chaos, Siphon Filter. New Vegas. Morrowind, Oblivion. none of them felt as good as this one did, because this one feels like I can play it for a long time, you know, or maybe I don't. Maybe I just put it down today. I don't know, but we'll see. Thank you to all these wonderful artists who made this possible. You guys put, like, I mean, I bought Starfield on stream, and I beat Starfield on stream, and every minute of it I streamed, and I couldn't do that without you guys. It makes me emotional to think about it. It took me 584 hours, but I beat Starfield. Man, this went on forever. Reddit's been rolling for 25 minutes. I don't want to skip it. I just want to watch it all the way through. I'm okay with these people getting their credit on my stream. I actually absolutely am. Gotta love beating games on my motherfucking stream. By the way, you guys bought me this game. You guys bought me this game. I love you so much for buying this game for me. It was $120 or $140 or something like that. You guys bought me this game. Do you remember? It came out right around when Baldur's Gate 3 went live. It went live like a couple weeks after Baldur's Gate 3 hit. You guys remember? And it was an amazing time to be a gamer and stuff. And you guys bought me both those games. You guys bought me both those games. Baldur's Gate 3 and fucking Starfield. Both of them were premium edition, you know? With all the future DLC included and everything. You guys bought me World of Warcraft Midnight, and I just want to say thank you so much for buying me Starfield, you know? I don't think you thought I was going to beat it when I quit after 60 hours, but nah, motherfucker, I've been a Bethesda fan all my life. I know when to fight and when not to fight. Their terrible design, you know? I didn't want to fight their design around launch. I knew that's a terrible time to do it. Go until you bug out, then stop, you know, and if you don't bug out, then you're blessed, you know. Maybe you might have to wait a couple years. That's what I did. I waited a couple years. It's hard to set out and do something you really want to do. You guys taught me that. So I skipped it because it's been going for 20 minutes. Let's go. Ew. Ew. I mean... Okay. I mean, I like her face. I have alien... Oh, I suppose that should be... different things, I guess. And terra firma. Okay. So... 50% worse buy and sell prices, 33% less XP. Extra grindy. But what do you get in return? No. Oh, hey, I had alien DNA. I forgot about that. I was an introvert last time. Raised Enlightened seems good. There we go. I want Wanted and Raised Enlightened, with which is all true stuff, yeah. Yeah, you could take Xenopet. I could take the Xenopet perk. But I kind of want to go grindy. Why? It's just an extra challenge one, but it won't give you an achievement, so... I don't think so anyways. Starfield, is there an achievement for grindy trait? I'll take Freestar Collective Settler. Yeah, she never shows her face anyway, so her face doesn't matter. Skycatlive. Achieve 26. Yeah. Maybe I'll do a character a year or something. Maybe around January 1st of next year, I'll finish my New Game Plus. You right? I don't see a pro now. through the Unity. Auto join Constellation, no. Yes. Start at the lodge. Yes, I don't want to do all the stuff with Lynn at the start. It's stupid. Keep standard game loadout. Start at the lodge. Switch. Done. For New Game Plus? Yeah. Xenobox. Oh, good. Like, all my mod problems are going away right here. Which is super good. There's good stuff here. Yeah. Head to the library. Go to the lodge. Cool. Hey, it's running way better. Look, it's running so much better. Yeah, you can see it. It is running better. It's running so much better. Oh, am I skinnier? I don't care if I'm skinnier. I don't ever see anything but a suit anyways. Done. 25,000. Oh, no, you can always enhance if you want anyways. There's a barber.
Something you need?
Cool, yeah, let's start Starfield New Game Plus. Yeah, I can't believe I got, hey, it's a magazine. Look, there's a magazine waiting on the counter. It makes me emotional how much I would like this magazine. Healing items are permanently 5% more effective, you say. Yes, please. Yes, please. That's such a good fucking bonus. I love magazines.
I hope Barrett makes it back to us. I know he gets into trouble all the time, and everyone just sort of accepts he'll be fine, but still...
Is it just me, or is it running way better?
Worth learning from. Yes.
It's a little laggy because there's a lot of stuff going on.
Can I help?
Captain, now that you are a member of Constellation, I am at your service. No additional protocols necessary. Also, given the likelihood that you will be out in unsettled space, it might be beneficial to go over exploration outpost development, in case you ever need to build a base for field research. Yes, Captain.
So, are you ready to get to work? Or was there something else? We're explorers. Humanity has always hunted for knowledge in the unknown. We just take that a little more seriously than others. We were founded decades ago by a man named Sebastian Banks. He wanted a small group of people from all corners of the settled systems, dedicated to the biggest question of all. What's out there? These artifacts could be... We're going to be doing some old-fashioned detective work. That means people can pass them. I've been letting my contacts know to be on the lookout. Felt the same way when I started too. There's an electricity in the air when you know you're about to uncover something. But it's not just that. I want to take this opportunity to see how you handle yourself, and for you
I'm gonna
to
marry
learn
Sarah
more
this time.
about us. I'm going to be sticking with you for this. We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry.
Sure, yeah.
We'll need to head to Mast, check in with and listen. Whatever you were before, or whatever you do once you're out there, I don't care. So long as you don't bring UC security to our doorstep. Every member of Constellation is their own conscience. Understood? I mean, Constellation has a roster of members who haven't always been on the right side of their respective society. If you join us, it means you're committed to... Good. Let's...
We appear to have suffered few. I have no objections.
Trippy, all my stuff is gone and it was all worthless anyways. Constellation Guide. Healing items are 5% more effective. Fuck yeah. Oh, I suppose I have to do my bars. Yeah, I do. Wow. Med pack, huh? Yep. Okay, well. Let's put med pack on the bar. X. And then I suppose, oh, I'm level 89. Cool. Ooh, the game is running way better too because of all the mods and stuff. Like, I guess I'll install mods if they're really big. but I don't think I'm gonna add anything else. I don't think I'm gonna spend any more money now that I beat it.
We've always considered ourselves explorers.
Maybe if they're like monumental mods, and they're about to do a big patch for this game too, which is cool. I'm gonna turn off the voice now because I don't need it anymore. I've seen all of it. Okay, now I take a much more clinical look at just chaining through all the stuff, complete a research project, I guess. Let's go see if there's anything I can do. I kind of doubt it. Oh, I can unlock that when I, oh, nice. They fixed the little pixel gap, did they? Starborn Spacesuit Astra. Which isn't as good as the other Gravis suit, which is cool. Scout's Advanced Regulator. Razorback. Well, that'll go in 4. My Xenoprod, which I want to put on 9. My Cutter, and then the gang's all here control. Crew members, Constellation companions, wait here, dismiss, teleport to me. Settings, chat options, off, on, toggle loop comments, trigger comments, Cool, it's Starfield new game. I feel like playing something else now. Ooh, it's all money. It's all good for something, right? Yeah, everything in this game is lootable, like at least in this house. So I kind of need to loot this house, and it's cool. I'm starting the game over, so I've been playing Starfield all goddamn day. I'm gonna go play something else, like right, but save a real save a quick save. Yep. And then we good. Oh, I probably need to look at my game settings maybe. Very hard, very easy. Does it change anything? No, I have to do all of the settings and everything, which I guess I'll do now. Combat affliction gain. $5 minutes. No, some of these settings are good. All of it looks right, like it didn't change my settings, which is good. Okay, yeah, all my settings were saved, which is good. Okay, so I'm gonna loot this entire house, and I'm gonna go to Neon, and I'm gonna buy whatever blend I can afford with everything that I steal from this house. But I mean, that's another time. I'm like done with this for today. I know I am. So I beat Starfield, guys. Thank you for watching me do this. It took me what, two years or something, but I beat Starfield. I don't think most people do beat Starfield. Let's go look at the achievement just to see. Only 20% of the community, only 1 in 5 players had this achievement, which is, you know, the unearthed. Let's compare to Beg On. Oh, I have a bunch that he hasn't done. Oh, yeah. This time around, I might go straight to Dazra and just do that and get that achievement, like, right off the bat, because Dazra probably has really good loot, like, right off the bat. I had to loot this place, but I don't want to do it now. I'm going to go piss, though, and listen to the music while I piss. I'll be right back. Time to do something a bit more action-y. This time around, I used to sort by value, but I'm gonna sort weapons by wow, that Scout's advanced regulator is really good, huh? It is. It's like a genuinely really good gun. I don't know. Value is good. rare pistol. Oh, look, it's better. I don't know, maybe I should go value and just sell anything that isn't value. It's a loadout, which is good. Let's test the action on these and all that. We know the action on this one. Oh yeah, I like that one. Yeah, these are all good. Well, right on, I beat Starfield. I look forward to getting back into it. It's good to wear a different suit than what I've been wearing. Hell yeah. I'll have to go sell everything and go buy blend. And I'll have to loot this whole house. Dark Star Spacesuit Astra MK1. There's a pacifier. I have a shotgun now. Two skill points. Physical damage. I can't believe I never put any points in that. That's insane. Cool, I'm totally down. I mean, it's fun, but I do want to play other games. I like this game, and I'll come back to it. But you know, I'll play a different game now. So save and nice and oh, it's running so much better. I want to step outside and go see if the shuttle thing is working. I want to see if the game's running better. It has to render the world. This might take a little while. I think it's actually doing the whole Caves of Cud load now. Oh no, I guess it did it already when I made the game, huh? Mysterious tracker. Next up, either, yeah. Tequila. Oh, look, it's running way, way better. Because all the mods aren't conflicting with each other anymore. Oh, it's running way, way better. Love this game. I should just go to that structure, I guess. Let's see what that structure is. Fuck it. Oh, wow. Look at my fucking spaceship. What? Oh, that's the Starborn or whatever. Cool. How do you get in it? That's my ship. How do you enter this ship? I love this game because it really is a sandbox. It's not like I gotta go back to the stupid ass moon moth fort again or whatever. It's like fucking rando. It's a Cryomancer HQ. There might be really good fucking loot here. Oops. Let's wait until the daytime so it's brighter. You can't wait? Yeah, what? You can't wait right here? No. I don't have any blends, so I should definitely save. Ooh, cryo launcher. What the hell is that? Look, I got a really good cryo launcher. Where the fuck that is? I don't know. Do I have any ammo for it? Only 4, but yeah, cutter, Xeno box. Let's put that on 6, I guess. All right, I got a cryo launcher. It worked. Ah, fuck him. Damn near killed me, but. Oh! At least I saved. Jesus. Oh, you crashed. You son of a bitch. Oh well, I'm good where I'm at. So, what shall I do now? I guess I'll go play some Fortnite, and I will put on some music, or well, I'll just play
because
this.
many of them have expressed that they were harassed and like got targeted with some pretty horrifying messages after the reveal, which I mean, like, come on guys, it's a video game. You don't have to like the video game, but going after developers because you thought it looked mid, like, what are we doing? It's insane. So I'm not going to share their names or anything, but I will say that they've posted on social media, they've been active, they've been talking about other games that they're playing right now, but nothing about High Guard whatsoever. It's just radio silent. So that's option number 2. Dismissed and probably not that likely. The third option is that they're going the No Man's Sky route of things. They're choosing to let the game speak for itself, and they're not gonna try to market it in any sort of corporate way with trailers, with like character previews, or with beta tests or anything like that. And they're basically gonna go the route of Apex Legends and just drop it on January 26th and hope that people play it and like it. And honestly, I kind of get it. Like right now, the odds of the game popping off and having a lot of success are fairly low. I hate to be that guy, but it's just come on, like not that likely. So if they were to spend millions on marketing, it's probably just burning cash in a fire. So maybe going more of a shadow drop route, even though it's already been announced, but you get what I mean. Maybe going that route is just a cheaper and more budget conscientious option, more of a responsible option. I would get that. And just to be frank, I think traditional marketing is going to be really hard when it comes to this game, especially because the current discourse around it is so negative. I think you could eventually dig yourself out of the hole if you showed a lot of really impressive stuff. I mean, even now, it's shocking to say, but there's actually some positive buzz about Marathon, for example, because they went away, worked on the game, listened to the feedback, and came back with improvements that made the game look way better. And so now people are actually like, oh, okay, I could actually see the, like, checking this out. I'm interested. And they could get there with High Guard, but there's just not enough time, you know? They got 2 weeks, and Marathon disappeared for months before coming back with new updates. So I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to really reclaim that positive energy, you know? I just don't see it. So I think the most likely explanation is that they're just going radio silent, and they're going to drop it on the 26th and hope that people like it and play it and connect with it. But even while I can understand that strategy, it's just going to be incredibly difficult to climb this mountain. As of right now, the High Guard official Twitter account or X account has 6,200 followers. It's gone up by a couple hundred in the last couple of weeks, but it's right around 6,200, okay? I wanted to see though if the interest in High Guard is at the same level as another game that it's been compared to a lot, which is, of course, Concord. And Concord actually, to this day, still has 10,000 followers on Twitter and X. So like the interest there at least seems higher. And I thought maybe that's just because people were interested in like the crapshoot of Concord, and it was like such a dumpster fire that people just wanted to see what was going on with it, so they followed it. But Vikati, in my Discord server for Luke Stevens Live members on YouTube and Twitch subs, he went and did some digging on the Wayback Machine and actually found this. Missed the stream today, so I'm currently watching the VOD for it, so I don't know if this was discussed further on stream, but I was able to find an August 24th, 2024 snapshot of Concord's Twitter account, where they in fact had more followers just after release than they do now. Here's the screenshot, and if we go to this, you can actually see that even back then on August 24th, as you can see right here, August 24th, they actually had 11.5 thousand followers. And just as a reminder, that was the day after the game launched. So the game launched on August 23rd, and then they captured that screenshot the day after. So we're in the same time period, and Concord literally had double the follower counts on X that Highguard does. Like, people didn't care about Concord, but like, I don't know what words you have to use for the level of don't care for Highguard, because it's half of the level of followers that Concord even had, which is insane. And listen, this is always tricky to talk about for me because there's a lot of like very talented people working on these games, and nobody should ever deny that. It's why I get so pissed when I hear that people are like harassing the developers working on this. The reason I talk about this stuff is, for one, because it's interesting how games like this that immediately fail the gut check for gamers like you and me, how do they get greenlit and worked on for years and get like tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars spent on them? I just don't understand how that happens. Like, they could bring in so many people who would look at this and just be like, yeah, I don't think the odds of this working are super high, man. I just don't see it. And yet they still get greenlit, and then this type of thing happens and they act surprised. I just find it fascinating as like an artifact of our industry, right? So I like talking about it, and it's an interesting story, and it's very dramatic and all that. But it's kind of heartbreaking that so many people will spend years of their lives working on something like this that just never stood a chance. But that's why I think it's important to talk about it, because it's not the devs' fault, in my opinion, that this has gone the way it has. This is across the board, it seems to be managerial screw-ups and broader like executive level decisions that have led to this landing the way that it has. I think the reason that the discourse around Highguard is so negative is specifically because of how it was revealed. I think if it was revealed earlier in the show or in the middle of the show, none of this would be happening. It would launch on the 26th. There would be like hardly anybody aware of it, but if the game launched and was really good, it would speak for itself, word of mouth would travel, and then it would find success. But instead, they had to frame it as like the next big thing, a new breed of shooter. And then they get surprised when the feedback is negative and people are like, yeah, it doesn't feel like the next generation of, I mean, it just looks like a shooter. It just looks like a shooter. Like, yes, it's coming from Titanfall devs and Apex Legends devs. That's cool, but it's not Titanfall. You know, so I feel kind of let down a little bit. And I honestly just hope that that's the lesson from this game and Concord and everything else, is that you can have a lot of amazing devs working on something that are very talented and know what they're doing. Obviously, you have to know what you're doing to make a video game, period. But a game that seems to be pretty polished, it takes a lot of talent. The point is that like this as a concept was never, in my opinion, going to pop off. Like I just don't see how this concept in 2026 was going to justify the investment. I just don't see it. And that's why it's fascinating to me, because I feel like the only way that this gets greenlit is if executives are kind of out of touch and think that they can just try this formula and hopefully it works. And if it does, we get that live service money, you know? I don't know. More than anything, I just find this absolutely crazy that we are 2 weeks away from launch. They are still radio silent. It has now been over a month since they said anything about the game, and there's just nothing. There's just nothing. We don't know what's happening. We don't know if they're delaying it. There's people that think the game's been canceled, which is never a good thing when your game launches in 2 weeks and people are like, is it canceled yet? Like, it's not a great thing to have going on with your game. But I think just again, it's going to be fascinating to see how this goes over the next couple of weeks. I personally expect a lot of people will play it out of curiosity. I know I'm going to. And guess what? If the game is really, really good, it is free to play, and there's a lot of curious people that are going to give it a shot. It could actually be set up to pop off all of a sudden, and maybe it's going to be one of the craziest like comeback stories of 2026, where it's like, yeah, remember when we all thought Highguard sucked? wow, were we wrong? I hope that that's what happens. I hope that the game is so good and unique and novel that it does just speak for itself, because I think that story would be even more interesting than the current story that seems to be being written, which is just that this is another corporate miscalculation and misallocation of millions of dollars that's going to lead to a game flopping and losing tons of money and developers getting screwed over in the process. It's just gonna be one of the two. It's gonna be one of the two. Either the very predictable story of live service mismanaged games, or a comeback story for the ages. I guess time will tell. But you know what? I want to know if you are going to be trying Highguard when it launches on the 26th. Are you going to try downloading it? I mean, it's free. You might as well. But like, let me know if you're going to try it, or if you're just like totally don't care, not interested. Yeah, I'm genuinely interested, because it's possible that this ends up popping off just with raw curiosity, and their radio silence is actually sort of a genius ploy to get people to just try it because they're curious as to what's going on. If they over marketed it and people found out more about it, maybe they would find things to not like about it. So instead, they're just going to put it out there. Might actually be a brilliant approach. I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. I know I'm going to be checking out on the 26th and seeing what is up. So make sure to subscribe to find out about that. Until next time, my friends, much love. I'll see you next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.
After nearly a decade of waiting, Hytale finally launched in early access on January 13th, and it only took 6 minutes for the first Anarchy server to come online, with no rules and no moderation. This server was a branch of the Minecraft server 6v6t, meaning that 6v6t holds the title for first and oldest Anarchy server in Hytale. If you've played on 2v2t or other Minecraft Anarchy servers, then you probably have a good idea of what to expect from a Hytale Anarchy server. So, this is a brief summary of my first hour on Hytale's oldest Anarchy server. After launching the game, of course, fashion comes first, so I tried to make my avatar look like my Minecraft skin before joining the server. And in true Anarchy fashion, the very first thing I did upon loading in was get killed by some other player. Yep. After respawning on the same block, I was attacked by a different player and started to run away, dodging as many arrows as I could. This player got me down to just a sliver of health left, but I had hope as the server was about to restart, kicking us both off. After spam clicking the reconnect button, I just had to hope I logged back on before my attacker, and luckily I did. I kept running for another few hundred blocks, but the interesting part of this server is not only how new it is, but also how new the game is. I don't know how to get the armor those other players were wearing. I don't know how each mob will react to me walking by it, and chances are that most other players don't know that either. While we're still figuring out the game, most players aren't focused on the griefing and player killing. I mean, other than those two. The server was averaging around 15 to 30 players, but aside from a small few camping spawn, most were out in the world, learning the new mechanics, which made the rest of my playtime almost like a single-player world, where I'm just doing my own thing. I found this ruined temple with what looked to be a golem in front of a portal, and since I didn't want to fight it, I just left. Turns out, that's one of the most important locations in the game to unlock memories, but how could I have known that? Eventually, I came across a cave, and after messing around with the different crafting benches, I was able to get some basic copper armor and felt better exploring the rest of the cave. The hour mark was getting closer, so I set my spawn in that cave before exploring outside for a bit and finding a massive volcanic island, but I'll save that for next time. So, how was the experience? Well, the word that a lot of people use to describe the game is potential, and I would describe Hytale's 6v6t the same way. There's no history, and not much is griefed because it's so new, and ultimately we won't know how the Anarchy server holds up until a few more weeks. But the foundation is there, and it's easy to see the path for how clans and history could form with a server like this. There are apparently already mods being worked on for this game, so hacks will no doubt follow. My biggest issue so far is the lag. I had to disconnect a few times and the server was restarting frequently. There was an instance where I was lagging so bad I started fighting with a rat, had to re-log because I wasn't hurting it, and when I logged back in, it already killed me. Additionally, I saw people complaining about combat logging in the game chat. There seems to be no punishment for it and allows you to keep all your stuff while you disconnect in PvP. Also, with a server like this, having every player spawn on the same block feels like an easy way for people to get infinitely trapped. I'm sure these will get smoothed out as the game progresses, but for now, I do think that these things could dissuade players from joining. Aside from that, I did have fun. I logged back on a bit later and did some more exploring. And yeah, I got in a bit over my head, but I ended up backtracking to the portal I missed before and ended up unlocking the memories feature now, because as the server progresses, that will only get harder and those portals will get trapped. So for now, I think if you have an interest in Hytale, I would recommend it. Remember, it's still in early access, and while there are some issues, I think 6v6t is a good start to what an Anarchy server could look like. Also, when I got back from the memories area, my game lagged so bad it crashed.
Ashes of Creation has now been on Steam for about 4 weeks. That's long enough for the launch hype to fade a bit and for real patterns to start showing up. So instead of guessing or arguing based on feelings, this video is about looking at the actual numbers we have right now. We're going to look at player counts and concurrency, reviews and sentiment, estimated revenue, and finally what all of this might mean over the next 6 months. Before we start, I want to be very clear about one thing. Numbers don't tell us if a game is good or bad. What they do tell us is how a project is behaving. Is it stable? Is it shrinking? Is it holding interest? Or is it swinging wildly? All of the numbers in this video come from SteamDB and from exported datasets tied to Steam activity. That includes player concurrency, follower counts, and a full scrape of Steam reviews. But it's important to understand what this data cannot tell us. First, concurrency does not mean active gameplay. Steam counts players who are AFK fishing, sitting at the login screen, or even just leaving the launcher open. Second, owner counts are estimates, not official sales numbers. Different tracking sites use different models, which is why you'll see ranges instead of one exact number. Third, reviews are only a sample of players. Most players never leave a review at all. And finally, free keys matter. A large number of Ashes players owned access before Steam and received the Steam version for free. That affects both review counts and ownership estimates. So every number you hear today is directional, not definitive. Player counts and concurrency. Let's start with the big headline number. Ashes of Creation reached an all-time peak Steam concurrency of 31,882 players, which happened on December 14th. Steven Sharif has previously said he hoped for around 50,000 concurrent players. So based on Steam numbers alone, Ashes received a little over 60% of that target. That's not a failure, and that's not a runaway hit either. It's a solid mid-range launch for a paid early access MMO. At launch, Ashes of Creation started with 6 servers. 2 days after launch, a 7th server called Vyra was added to help with population pressure. So when we say the game peaked at about 32,000 concurrent players, that number is not on one server. It's split across 7. Steven Sharif has previously stated that the target concurrency was about 5,000 players per server. If you multiply that out across 7 servers, that target would be about 35,000 concurrent players. From that perspective, a peak just under 32,000 concurrent players is actually very close to what was previously described as a healthy target. This also lines up with what we've seen historically during Alpha 2. During Alpha 2 Phase 1, the game also launched with 6 servers. Steven reported that one server reached around 6,000 concurrent players, while the remaining servers were expected to be around 3,000 concurrent players each. That would put the total concurrency during the phase somewhere in the low to mid 20,000s. Keep in mind, at this time, Ashes of Creation was not released on Steam, but instead managed entirely by the studio itself. Later, during Alpha 2 Phase 2, Steven stated that one server reached between 7,000 and 8,000 concurrent players during a time when they had 3 servers. This was before a major server merge. Eventually, multiple servers were merged into a single server called Shoal, which reached a peak of about 8,100 concurrent players in early May. So historically, Ashes has already demonstrated that individual servers can support 6,000 to 8,000 players at once.
What? Come on, give me another second! Piece of shit! Cocksucker developer!
Alpha 2 Phase 1 carried a total concurrency of around 21,000 players across 6 servers. That number declined over time to a total of 8,000
did all 100 of my
just
health
prior
in
to the
10
start of
seconds,
Phase
did
3.
ya?
Steam Early Access peaked around 32,000 and has started to settle in the mid-20,000s. So while Steam has produced in total a higher concurrency, it has not been by much, only about 5,000 players based on available data. It's also important to remember that Steam concurrency includes players who are AFK fishing, sitting in menus, or leaving the launcher open. Even during server downtimes, the concurrency has never dropped below 4,000. That means the number of players actively moving around the world at any given moment is lower than the raw Steam number suggests. Now let's talk about reviews, because this is where a lot of arguments happen, and also where context matters the most. At a glance, Ashes of Creation sits at around 63% recommended on Steam. That puts it in the mixed to positive range. But that single number hides something important. A large portion of these reviews come from players who did not buy the game on Steam. About 1/3 of all reviews, roughly 33%, are marked as received for free. These are players who already owned Ashes of Creation before Steam launch and were granted Steam access automatically. When looking at this group alone, it is 78% recommended, much higher than the new buyers. So to understand how new buyers feel, we need to separate these
third
groups.
place is good.
When we remove the...
I don't want to take that kid's crown. I already have one. Or whatever. No, I guess I did. But anyways.
Reviews marked received for free and look only at new Steam purchasers, the recommended percentage changes to 57%. New buyer sentiment is different from legacy player sentiment. This matters because legacy players tend to have more history, higher expectations, and more long-term frustrations, while new players are reacting to first impressions, onboarding, and performance. Playtime helps explain why reviews look the way they do. Across all reviews, the average playtime at the moment of review is about 30 hours. But when we separate old players from new Steam buyers, the difference becomes clear. Legacy players, the ones who receive the game for free, tend to have much higher playtime at the time they leave a review. Many of them have dozens and sometimes hundreds of hours already invested. Their reviews often focus on long-term systems, balance, or design direction. New Steam buyers, on the other hand, usually review the game with far fewer hours played. Their feedback is more likely to focus on performance, server stability, clarity of systems, and whether the game feels worth the price right now. When we look at total lifetime playtime, not just playtime at review, the gap is even wider. Legacy players overwhelmingly have higher total hours, which means their reviews reflect a very different relationship with the game than someone buying it for the first time on Steam. This is why lumping all reviews together can be misleading. Another important data point is refunds. There are reviews that are marked as both refunded and reviewed. This number is small compared to total reviews, but it's still worth calling out. At the time of this recording, there were 288 refunds. When looking at review rates and ownership data, we can reasonably estimate there were between 5,000 and 8,600 Steam buyers who were funded. Most refunded reviews also show some amount of playtime, meaning these players didn't instantly bounce. They played long enough to form an opinion, then decided the game wasn't for them. Refunds at this stage usually point to performance issues, unmet expectations, or confusion, not necessarily to fraud or bad faith. Now let's talk about money. SteamDB shows several ownership estimates based on different tracking models. These estimates range roughly from 200,000 owners on the low end to 350,000 owners on the high end. However, there's a big complication. It's widely stated that around 150,000 players already owned Ashes of Creation access before Steam. Those players did not have to purchase the game through Steam. So the real question is, how many of those estimated owners are actually new purchases? To handle this honestly, we need scenarios. In a conservative scenario, most Steam owners are legacy players and new sales are limited. In a middle scenario, ownership is split between legacy players and new buyers. In a high scenario, Steam brought in a large number of new purchases beyond the existing base. Using these ranges, we can estimate gross revenue, then subtract Steam's 30% cut. From there, we apply cosmetic spending. If we take the $49.99 price tag, knowing there was a 2-week sale at $42.99, we would get an estimate of $10,450,000 to $17,890,000 from game sales. Now we must recognize that due to prior owners and the initial sale price of the game, these are overestimates. From there, we can remove Steam's 30% cut, and this range changes to a range of $7,315,000 to $12,523,000. We should also take into account cosmetic sales. Using industry standards of the average spend per cosmetic buyer, along with the number of estimated players, we can range anywhere from a conservative estimate of $1.3 million to $8 million, with a solid middle ground of $3.4 million. When combining these two, that brings us to an estimate of $10.7 million to $16 million. But we must again keep in mind that a significant number of Steam owners are not new owners. Using the number of reviews from known legacy owners, we can estimate that 15 to 20% of Steam owners are legacy players who already owned the game before launch and did not buy it again. Using that ratio, we can break down the main ownership estimates. On the low end, Gamealytic estimates about 215,000 total owners. That likely includes around 35,000 to 40,000 legacy players, leaving roughly 170,000 new Steam buyers. In the middle, PlayTracker estimates about 290,000 owners. That breaks down
I love cheesy poops. I want cheesy poops. You want cheesy poops. We all want cheesy poops. What was that sound? I thought I heard something. Oh shit. Ah! What the fuck? That's not good. Yep. Where's the other guy? There he is. fuck was that? Trying to creep up on me? That's a pretty steep hill to creep up on me. What the fuck was that? Oh, what the fuck? Alright, you suck at it. Really bad. Fucking piece of shit.
Down to roughly 48,000 to 52,000 legacy players and about 235,000 new buyers. On the high end, VG Insights estimates around 365,000 owners. That would suggest about 60,000 to 65,000 legacy players and roughly 295,000 new Steam buyers. That would then change the total revenue to between $9.3 and $13.7 million, taking into account the Steam cut and cosmetic sales. Stephen Sharif has stated that the studio currently has a burn rate of around $800,000 per week or around $3.2 million per month. So instead of asking how much money did Ashes make, the better question is how many months of development does this likely fund? Depending on which scenario you believe, the Steam launch likely funds between 3 to 5 months of development, but not years, and that's okay. Early access is about sustaining progress, not finishing the game overnight. What does this mean for the next 6 months? There are 3 realistic paths forward. One path is stabilization and gradual improvement. Player counts flatten, reviews slowly improve, and updates rebuild trust. Another path is slow decline, where unresolved issues push players away faster than new ones arrive. The third path is patch-driven spikes, where major updates bring players back temporarily, followed by drop-offs. Which path Ashes follows depends less on marketing and more on performance, content cadence, and communication. The numbers don't tell us if Ashes of Creation will succeed. They tell us where it is right now. 4 weeks in, Ashes is not collapsing, and it's not exploding either. It's in the difficult middle phase where consistency matters more than hype. Currently, Ashes of Creation has a concurrency that is not much higher than Alpha 2 Phase 1. And the revenue generated will likely fund 3 to 5 months of development time. Does that leave us on a short clock? I really don't know, but we should find out soon enough. Stephen Sharif has said in the month of January they will tell us more information about the upcoming beta and release. If you like this video, please give me a like, subscribe, and share, and I'll see you in Vera.
A big pre-patch for sure, especially on a lot of back-end things like the stat squish, like the class changes, like the UI changes, a lot of kind of evergreen changes to the game, which, yeah, have been kind of controversial, but hopefully seeing them and playing with them and kind of getting used to them hopefully won't be too much of an issue for just players in general. So, guys, thank you very much for watching. If you did like this video, please do leave a like on it and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you want to support me outside of YouTube, I am on Patreon and I'm on Twitter at MrGMYT, and I I also have a partner Discord channel as well, and I'm also streaming on twitch.tv/MrGM. If you want to see me stream World of Warcraft, Midnight Pre-Patch, Midnight Alpha, Beta, any sort of World of Warcraft, I am over on twitch.tv/MrGM. And with that, guys, I'll see you next time.
That's it. Next time. Fucking jackass clowns! You just ignore the guys? You ran past them or what? You fucking just run past him? Fucking stupid piece of shit! Fuck you, stupid piece of shit! Fuck you! Fuck you! Stupid all gas! No brakes! Stupid piece of shit! Fuck you, bot canoe! Fuck you, bot canoe! Fuck you, stupid all gas, no brakes piece of shit! Fuck you! The fuck was that, man? You just run past him, you fucking brain dead, stupid piece of shit, wasted both our runs because you're a low IQ piece of shit, cocksucking, brain dead fucking effort. Fuck you. Why'd you waste both our runs? Why'd you waste 40 minutes on your fucking retardation? You could have just ran away, but nah. You gotta fucking press me for 5 whole minutes as you run past some dude who kills you because you're brain dead, you all gas, no brakes, piece of shit, cocksucker. Fuck you. Like Donald Trump, all gas, no brakes, nothing. No brain, nothing. Just throw the whole run away. No calculation, nothing. Just throw the whole run away. Hold on. As long as I press W, we're good. As long as we press W, we'll be fine. Nah, you threw both of our runs away with your low IQ piece of shit fucking moron. You fucking moron. You threw both our runs away. What the fuck was that, you stupid piece of shit moron? Stupid piece of shit, cocksucker, fucking idiots. What the fuck was that, man? Come on, man, you chased me so fucking long. The second time I should have just left. I look up and it gets louder. Weird. Whoa! Why would you shoot her? She's right there! She's got 5 health! Shoot her, you fucking idiot! And she still died! You wasted both of our runs, you worthless pieces of shit! I'm getting off your toxic game! Fuck you fucking assholes! Press W, moron! Never mind, I want to try again. Fucking so annoying. Fucking press W, moron, throwing fucking runaway. Where did this guy come from, by the way? Oh, why these fucking people? Oh, these fucking people. 40. Thank you. Run a car up a tree. Threw a bunch of bombs at him and shit. God damn it. Hello? Oh. Hello? I've good armor. Hello? I lost her immediately. I don't know what that is. No! Please. God damn it. Hello? I don't know. Okay, there it is, finally. Hello? Oh, I lost it. God damn it. Hello? Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll come get her. I'll just take it down with me. Yeah, it's okay. I'll come get her. Alright. Thank you. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. It was just like phone call after phone call after phone call after dude after dude after dude. Sooner or later, I gotta catch a fucking break, but I never ever do. Not that 37 years. Not 37 years. No break, never. Just more dudes trying to kill me. More problems. More phone calls. More losing the match. There's something I can do. Okay, I'm gonna try again. Distracted that time. Fucking annoying.
Hey guys, today I want to give you my first impressions of Ashes of Creation, which is a brand new sandbox MMO that was recently released on Steam Early Access. And let's just say the sentiment is not great among the players. It has mixed reviews on Steam, but that being said, when it comes to mixed reviews, it really can go either way, I think, depending on the type of game you personally are expecting. So this video in particular is going to cover my first 25 hours. About how long it took me to reach level 10, and I want to specify that I did not follow the development of this project beforehand, and also never bought any alpha keys or Kickstarter tiers, so I truly am a new player going into this experience pretty much blind. Alright, so starting off we have the character creation, and in this game there are 8 different races to choose from, and I mean they look fine I guess, but to be honest it feels a little generic, very Dungeons and Dragons to me, if that makes sense. You have, you know, the elves, dwarves, humans, orcs, trolls, all the kind of standard fantasy races you would expect from a game like this, just with different names. I personally went with the Puri, I think I'm saying that correctly, I don't know, just because it felt like the most unique to me. I also felt like the character creation was a little bit lackluster in terms of the customization. I know it's an alpha, so there's probably more coming, but there was only like 6 presets. They all looked pretty similar, and you could change the body size, the skin color, but there was only like 3 different options and only 4 hairstyles. So I found in my experience a lot of people in the game look very similar. Some of them look like nearly identical. But to be fair, there are sections for more detailed customization. Like I know you can change the ears and mouth. I didn't really feel like it made too much of a difference, so I just kind of skipped it. And also, oddly, there's like a whole section for nail color, which I guess is interesting, but it's kind of like random for an MMO. Like, when am I ever going to see this guy's nails in game? I'm not really sure. But anyway, moving on, we have also the classes, and right away you can choose from 8 different archetypes. And again, they all feel a little generic, very Dungeons and Dragons-esque. You have the Bard, the Cleric, Fighter, Mage, Ranger, Summoner, and Tank. And yes, those are the actual names. Like, they actually chose Tank as the name instead of giving it something a little bit more creative. Again, it's fine, whatever. I guess it's good for clarity, but I would have liked to see a little bit more world building in the names of the classes. And you'll notice it's a pretty consistent theme throughout this review that things are a little generic in this world. So for my character, I decided to go with the Mage because I tend to enjoy ranged combat in other MMOs, and I mean, let's be honest, it's pretty hard, I feel like, to screw up a Mage in a fantasy game, so I wanted to see their take on it. I also did the Ayla starting region. I heard that was like the most fleshed out, so I can't speak on the other classes in terms of combat because I haven't played them, but so far the combat with Mage has genuinely been really fun, in my opinion. I feel like at times it does feel like a little bit of a direct ripoff of the Mage from World of Warcraft, but I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing, like, altogether, because it is a fun playstyle. But I mean, some of the abilities, as you'll see on the screen, are quite literally identical, with even the same name and actually very similar artwork as well. Like, we have Cone of Cold, which does basically the exact same thing as the Mage in World of Warcraft.
You
Blizzard,
mean
which
Dungeons
also
and
does the
Dragons.
exact same thing, and
You
also
mean Dungeons and
Frostbolt.
Dragons.
So, I mean, I would have maybe liked to see them be a little bit more creative instead of just like directly copying the Mage from these other games. But I understand that like it's good gameplay, so you know, use what works. But it even has like the same exact Frostfire and Arcane trio as well. So yeah,
You
a
mean
little
Dungeons and
suspicious.
Dragons?
But again, whatever. It's good gameplay.
It's Dungeons and
Speaking
Dragons.
of the gameplay, though, if we're talking about the combat in more detail, it's really tough in this game. If you pull more than a few enemies that are like your level or higher, in my experience, you're like pretty much dead unless you have some sort of stun ability. And I personally love that aspect of this game. I feel like it's so good to finally have an MMO that makes the world feel genuinely dangerous and actually makes you like have to critically think about how you use your abilities and in what order and their sort of combos. It's, in my opinion, the closest thing you can compare it to is like classic WoW, but with a little bit more modern action elements like Modern WoW and Black Desert Online, but leaning more towards like a WoW system of combat, just with a few elements of BDO. So like you can block and dodge, and you can also manually attack with your weapon. So there are those action elements to it if you want to engage with them. You don't have to necessarily use them.
but the main like bulk of the combat is, you know, classic caster abilities with a casting bar, you know, clicking the icons on your action bar, stuff like that. Also, after big pulls, you definitely have to sit and like eat some food to heal up. Very reminiscent of like classic WoW, that kind of slower combat and regeneration after combat. You'll also, in my experience, find yourself using like healing potions a lot. Although mana was never an issue for me, I never even thought about mana, so I don't know, maybe it's different for other classes, but at least for early game mage, it did not matter for me. And keep in mind also, my experience so far is only up to level 10, so I'm sure the class is probably even going to get even more complicated and more interesting over time, which I'm super excited about. It's something that actually is genuinely driving me to continue playing the game, because I want to see how the class like fleshes out. And I like that the abilities that you select are in like a tree, so you can sort of decide how your class grows over time and make changes depending on the area you're in or what you're fighting. One thing I did not expect coming into this game is how central gathering and crafting are to the core gameplay loop, and honestly I really enjoy the way that they implemented it in this game. Something about the way that they handle resources is just so addicting to me, and it kept me coming back over and over again to continue like chopping down trees, mining ore, and harvesting herbs out in the world. And I think that, in my opinion, fishing and hunting so far have been the least interesting gathering professions. Fishing is basically just an AFK. You just kind of sit there with no interactive components. You just fish at any source of water, but it can be like a nice break if you want that. So that's definitely the least interactive. And then hunting also seems to be either not like really implemented properly or an afterthought. It's basically just like these random static animal models that you find out in the world, and they have a little crosshair above them, and basically instead of attacking that animal, you just go up to them, and for whatever reason the animation is you just literally petting them until they die. So, and then you get like their carcass basically. So yeah, those were like the least interesting, I felt like, but I'm sure maybe they're gonna flesh them out later. But anyway, once you get these materials, you can head to a city where then you can process them into different materials and ultimately craft them into things like armor and weapons, jewelry, potions, basically anything you can think of in the game, you can probably craft it. And as you gain experience, you can harvest higher tiers of these resources. So there's a bunch of different types of tiers you can get, and everyone obviously is trying to get the highest tier resource. So it's a bit exciting when you're, you know, mining a piece of ore or chopping down a tree and you get like a heroic or a legendary material. That's kind of an exciting part of the game that I've enjoyed, especially because the materials are quite hard to come by, like the high-end ones. So as you gain experience, you can harvest them a little bit easier, get them more often, which in turn allows you to make higher tiered items, and you can of course equip them yourself for PvP, or you can just sell them for gold. Now, when you head into these cities to process materials and craft them into items, you're going to notice by the marketplace that there's a ton of different benches for every profession. It's actually a little overwhelming at first just how many different benches there are. But personally, over time, I've learned to love the fact that you can experience every profession and that you aren't just locked into like 2 of them, for example, with other MMOs like WoW. In fact, I actually learned later on that you can actually level your character and gain experience by just processing and crafting materials, which is amazing in my opinion. It really is, it gives that sandbox experience where you can level up not just by doing combat or quests, but really just by being a crafter or a merchant, which again, I love that, I think it's amazing. But that being said, the game's auction house, which doesn't work the way you'd think, but we can get into that later. The game's auction house doesn't really become available until level 10, so I think it's something you're meant to focus on maybe a little bit later in your leveling experience, but it's good because it gives a new player the ability to sort of learn their class a little bit first, do some basic quests, and then slowly grow into the crafting experience over time. Now, if you are expecting a traditional story-driven questline experience for leveling, then I think you're going to be very disappointed in what this game has to offer, especially if you're used to something like World of Warcraft. I personally could not really find any story quests past level 3, basically as soon as I left the tutorial zone. And I found that pretty much all of the quests you can do come from what's called commission boards. So you'll find in cities that there are various posts set up throughout the city that give you options to do fetch quests for, you know, very basic things like kill 10 wolves over here, or go explore this area, or chop down 20 ash trees. It's very basic. It doesn't really feel revolutionary. There's nothing groundbreaking about the questing system really at all in this game, and there also is very little variety in the quests. You'll get the same chop 20 ash tree quests over and over and over again in the span of 1 hour, and it can get very, very repetitive, especially with how slow leveling is and just how grindy everything is. You might find yourself kind of getting bored and tedious and feeling like things are tedious over time. What I later learned, and I think the game doesn't really do a good job of explaining this to you, you kind of just figure it out over time, is that this game is focused on city development and not story quests. So what I mean by that is the world is split up into different towns, also known as nodes, and you'll see these areas marked out on the map in different colors. And basically, each of these nodes starts out very basic, and as players invest their time and their resources into improving that node, then it evolves over time. And it actually physically evolves in the sense that you'll see the city grow and become much larger, but also you'll unlock new quests, and supposedly dynamic events are supposed to happen. More opportunities to build buildings. You can access, craft new resources, things like that, right? So I think a lot of people will go into this game expecting a story-driven experience, because that's how it kind of positions itself from the beginning.
What?
It's really more of just a tutorial zone, and then it throws you out into a sandbox experience later.
What was that? I was upside down and flipping when it killed me.
Level 10. Before that, you're very much.
I'm gonna report this guy.
10, and then once you become level 10, then you can actually become a citizen of one of these towns and actually contribute in a meaningful way to its growth. And by that I mean you can vote for a mayor who will make real policy decisions for the node. They can set taxes and construct new buildings. You can participate in wars with other cities to, I don't know exactly what that does, but I'm assuming probably just to steal resources. Something of that nature, but they're essentially large-scale battles. I have not had the experience yet to do that, but I'm sure it's very fun. I also was super disappointed to discover that pretty much every single node that I went into has literally the exact same design. And yes, the landscape is a little bit different, around them, but the actual city itself is pretty much, it's impossible to tell them apart. They are using the exact same building models. The marketplace is literally exactly identical. Everything is almost in the identical same place. The walls look the same. There really is no unique design or architecture to any of the nodes. Maybe if you go more up north towards where the dwarf area is, maybe it's a little different. I haven't really had the opportunity to go up there. But I just feel like I would have liked to see some unique architecture. In World of Warcraft, all the cities are so different. They have such unique architecture and people, and it really feels like it's a whole different culture, but it just does not feel this way here. It feels very generic, very just standard medieval castle in every single city. And one thing I think would actually make this really cool is if citizens of each city had the ability to maybe vote on skins for the city. Maybe Intrepid could come up with different a base skin, and then you could work to unlock a unique skin that looks cool or something like that, and the citizens can work towards that. But yeah, for now I just feel like it's very generic, very boring. Hopefully you'll see in this video I've filmed a few minutes of me going through different towns, but they really look pretty much identical. And while we're on the topic of cities and why they suck, let me also say that it is really annoying to find pretty much anything in these cities. I literally could not find anything even if my life depended on it. Some of the crafting stations are just randomly hidden in an obscure building that you would just never ever think to look in, and there's literally no indication that it would even be in that building. Even when you're looking on the minimap and trying to cross-reference, I have literally spent 30 minutes trying to find an economy crate crafting station in one city, only to figure out it's hidden in the second floor of a building. And I just have to ask myself why? What really is the point of that? If the cities are all gonna look the same, you might as well just put all the crafting stations in the exact same spot as well, just to make it easy. But anyway, I feel there needs to be an NPC that helps guide you to different services. In World of Warcraft, you can go to the guard, you can ask him, hey, where do I find like the tailoring trainer, right? And he'll mark it on your minimap. You can walk over there, but we just don't have that in Ashes of Creation, which makes it just so extremely frustrating sometimes when you're just circling over and over again in the city trying to look for like a crate station and you just like cannot find it. You ask in chat and nobody responds back to you. So yeah, that's something I think would really help with that frustration, just having an NPC to talk to. Speaking of crates also, since I mentioned the crate stations, crates are a huge part of the gameplay that I later discovered that is very fun, but also, again, very frustrating. So the gameplay for crates essentially revolves around this idea of going out, collecting some resources, coming back to a town, packing them up into a crate, and then you haul it a long distance to another node for gold. And so essentially the farther the distances that you travel, you're supposed to be able to make more gold. And it's sort of like a risk versus reward type gameplay where you have to decide, do I take a longer route and risk, you know, maybe more opportunities for other players to attack me and steal my crates, or do I do a shorter route and, you know, get some more guaranteed income, but it's maybe much lower, right? And you have to actually transport the crate to another node. You can't sell it in your own node. So like the actual core gameplay is quite literally traveling these long distances. It can take actually several hours to move between these two towns sometimes, which I actually felt was quite cool. I honestly really enjoy it. It sort of feels like a fantasy version of Trucking Simulator. I don't know if that's going to make any sense to any of you, but yeah, it sounds quite weird. But the world is very vast, and it does at times feel like you are like genuinely a merchant embarking on this journey to like sell your goods, and it does feel genuinely dangerous. You'll find like enemies on the road and you have to like avoid them. You sometimes will like freak out if you see a player walking by and you're like, oh no, they're gonna attack me, but then, you know, they don't. So it is quite an exciting experience in my opinion. That being said, I think the game needs to do a much better job of explaining all of this to the player. There really is just like no direction, no guidance whatsoever, to the point where I had some extremely frustrating experiences. So for example, I'm in Miraleth, you know, I wanted to try out the crate system for the first time. So I make a crate, and mind you, it takes a bit of time to make these crates. You have to farm multiple different resources and a currency called scrip in order to make them, as well as another currency called glint, right? So you're basically like collecting a lot of different stuff. You finally make the crate, and you know, I check the crate. There's an actual UI menu that tells you how much money you'll make at different cities based on the distance, right? Except you don't realize as a new player that this UI is just like completely lying to you for some reason. The amounts that are listed on this UI just like are not true whatsoever, and the values are way lower than what it tells you. So I click on this UI and I'm like, great, I can make like a full gold piece, which is a lot of money in this game early on, by moving from Miraleth to Tangled Post. Very long, you know, travel distance, but I'm like, you know what, I got some time, let's do it, right? So I make my way to Tangled Post, and it takes me like almost an hour in total to set the crate and walk all the way over there, only to find out that you cannot sell crates in a town that is not, I guess, rank 3 or doesn't have like a marketplace set up. So I'm sitting here in Tangled Post trying to figure out where do I turn in this crate, only to get responses from people in the chat being like, yeah, sorry, you actually cannot sell the crate. You actually wasted your time walking all the way over there. So I'm like, okay, that's frustrating, but whatever. I click on the crate menu again, see where the next closest town is, and I see that New Ayla, this town up north, is pretty close. It's gonna take another like 25 minutes to walk up there, and it says I'll make like 80 silver. So
only
like,
25
okay,
minutes, like,
you know,
mortal.
I'm getting most of the amount that I thought I was gonna get, whatever, right? I walk all the way up to New Ayla, takes me another, 25, 30 minutes, whatever. I finally get there, go to turn in the crate, and it says that the crate is worth 20 silver. And I ask in chat, how come the UI tells you that you can earn 80 silver, but when you go to turn it in, it's 20 silver? And literally nobody knows. Some people are like, it's dynamic pricing. Some people are like, it's just bugged. And I'm sitting here like, why doesn't the UI represent accurately the amount that you're gonna make from transporting these crates?
Because the developers
So yeah, that was genuinely like one of the most frustrating days that I played this game. But I guess you do learn your lesson the hard way. That's sort of like something I've consistently experienced with this game, is just learning hard lessons that honestly really piss you off, but then you never do that thing again. Now that we've talked about gameplay in Ashes of Creation, which I've genuinely enjoyed, I want to talk about the bugs, because there are a lot of them, and some of them are so bad that they literally make the game unplayable at times. I would say the game is ultimately like incredibly jank. It does not feel like this has been in development for 10 years. It feels like it's been in development for at most maybe 1 to 2 years, which is actually crazy to say that out loud, but that's genuinely how it feels. You will constantly fall through the world for absolutely no reason. Like, you will literally clip through the ground, and then after that die, lose half of your materials, accrue XP debt because you died, and then relog to try and fix the issue, only to die again and lose more XP and more materials. And this can become a cycle where you literally will grind materials for hours and then lose literally all of them and most of your XP because the game is broken. That is just obviously not fun, of course. It makes a lot of people just want to like rage quit the game. Of course, I have stuck through it because I do see potential in the game long term, but that's not the only thing. We also have some crazy lag spikes that come out of nowhere, especially when you're in a city with a lot of people in it. Sometimes, as you'll see on the screen, the lag will be so bad that you literally cannot even move materials between your bags, which, like, that's crazy for a game that is based around collecting materials. There's also a crazy bug that they have not fixed for weeks now, where you will go up to the storage clerk in a city where you can open up sort of like your long-term storage, your warehouse storage rather, for that city. And no matter how many times you spam the button to open it, it just like will not open the menu. I have sometimes sat there for like 5 minutes straight just clicking over and over again to open up this menu, and it will not open. And then randomly, by like the grace of God, it will open up, and for just no reason. And I'm not really sure why this is. Someone recently in chat told me that there's the part of the issue is that only a certain number of people can have their storage menu open at the same time. This just feels like a crazy like thing that should be fixed like immediately. And the fact that there's like been like dead silence on it for 3 weeks since the game launched is kind of crazy to me. I also briefly want to talk about the graphics because in my opinion, there just isn't really anything special about what they are offering here. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like this game just does not look like a game that came out in 2025. To me, it looks like a 2016, 2017 game at best. And even the moments where, you know, the environment does look pretty, I think it just sort of looks like a generic Unreal Engine game. I sort of found myself missing the art style of things like World of Warcraft, where there's just so much character in the world and the design of the world. Everything in this world in Ashes of Creation just feels so mundane, so boring, lacking in detail or character that I never really felt compelled to explore anything ever. Which is kind of crazy for an MMO if you think about it, where the whole point of the game is quite literally to go out and explore with your friends. And keep in mind that all this footage that I've recorded is with the graphics set to their maximum settings. That means this is the best the game can possibly look. So if you have like an even worse PC than me, which, you know, I'm lucky to have kind of a beast of a PC, but a lot of people don't have that, and so the game is going to look significantly worse for a lot of people. So I think that's important to keep in mind if graphics are something that matter to you in these kind of games. So given all of this, the big question is, would I recommend Ashes of Creation to you as a new player? And I think if you enjoy crafting and economy elements more than anything, then I think you'll really enjoy this sort of like niche grindy experience. But otherwise, I think if you're looking for, you know, something story-based or for like a theme park MMO, something like a WoW killer, I think you'd probably just be better off waiting to see how things develop over time in early access, especially at $50, which is like more expensive even than like I think a WoW expansion. You're basically paying a AAA price for a very broken, very unfinished experience that ultimately boils down to grinding mobs for hundreds of hours, walking very long distances on very boring cobblestone roads in very uninspired, you know, terrain, crafting items, you know, here and there, and maybe some occasional PvP at max level. You're not really going to get anything else out of this experience, But if you do love that kind of grindy game experience, then this might be perfect for you, you know, especially if you're the kind of person who just wants to go out and, you know, chop down 100 trees while you watch a YouTube video on the side, then this can be a very relaxing experience in that regard. So, you know, I think it's a niche game that has a very niche audience, but do expect, if you do decide to purchase it, to get very frustrated a lot. Expect to have your time wasted over and over again by systems that do not accurately explain how they work, or just straight up give you completely false information. And also, I would expect to ask in chat for help a lot with all sorts of things. You may even need to watch YouTube videos just to figure out how some basic stuff in the game works. At least that's what I had to do. So overall, I'd probably rate this game, I think, a 5 out of 10, maybe 5.5 out of 10. It has, I think, the bones of something really great, but it definitely needs a lot of work and a lot of polish, especially if it's going to be something worth $50. So yeah, hopefully the development team can pull it together and really make it something special, because I know that there's potential there. That's what keeps me coming back. It really is a unique experience. It just really has a long way to go. So yeah, thank you so much for watching this review. I hope it gave you at least a little bit of insight into what this experience is like for people who are new to this game and this genre of game. Yeah, be sure to subscribe to the channel if you want to see more content of Ashes of Creation, and I'll be sure to make another review video later on once I'm max level, and maybe, you know, my experience will be different once I have access to large-scale PvP and all those sorts of things, dungeons and raids, you know, whatever else they add to the game. So be sure to follow along and see what else comes to the channel.
Two down, 13 up. I'm not gonna make it, but it's still fun to try. Ooh. Perfect. Ooh. That's helpful. Maybe I'll do a little better. Okay, 2 down, 10 up. Trying to get armor somewhere. There's armor. Ooh, more armor. There's somebody. Got him. Helpful. I'm gonna push in the center. Okay, 3 down, 8 up. Wish me luck. Got most of what I need to win. Let him fight it out over there. Is there like anything on that thing? No. Are they bots? Yeah, they're probably bots, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to know. I'm in a good position. I'm gonna let it just tick down, baby. Tick down. Oh no, what was that? There was somebody landing right the fuck next to me. I didn't see who it was. Where's this guy? He landed right the fuck next to me. I heard him. Is he on a tree? Oh, there's a crown right there. Maybe I'll go get the crown, huh? So we picked it up, or it's gone now. It's gone, I guess. I thought I saw a crown. Four down, 5 up. There he is. Should have opened sniper. It would have been way faster. How did they keep getting really close to me? Now I've got to move. Oh. Maybe Cheesy Proofs is better. I don't know. Might be better than this, yeah. No, I think I'd rather have the mobility. Fuck it. I don't think I want this, though. I don't know. I don't see anybody. Oh, there's somebody. What was that? The fuck is this guy? What? Is he on the tree? I'm just gonna try and make sure he's not sitting on the tree. Oh, he was sitting on the tree.
What? I shot him so many times! I dumped the whole electric mag into him! I dropped him out of a tree and dumped the whole mag into him! How long till he dies? How long till he dies, piece of shit? I put a whole mag into him before he pulled the trigger. What are you talking about, piece of shit game?
maybe 13, 14 bullet kills him. I put goddamn 90 in him, you fucking piece of shit. Cocksucker, brain dead, fucking piece of shit. Cocksucker, brain dead developer. Why? I put so many rounds in that guy. Why? He killed me in a bush like he could see me. The fuck is that, man? I was in a bush and he shot me perfect. I was like, what? I'm in the bush. You're not. I'm missing all my shots. You're not. I'm sitting here crouched firing. And you kill me in the bush like you can see me. What the fuck, man? Homer. Or what? Oh, 2 quarters. Thank you. Cheesy puss, yeah, cheesy puss. If we didn't love cheesy puss, we'd be lame. Why did that guy win? Why did he win? I dumped 2 whole mags in him. He didn't heal. Must have been goddamn 700 damage. He's standing in front of me and shoots me while I'm in a bush. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I totally buy that, yeah. How did he do this? How did he get to the balloon? Oh, he jumped on the jump pad. God, it's satisfying. Thank you. I needed this. What are you talking about? It's a fucking chain lightning gun. I put a full mag into him. I'm learning you can't do like a single mag kill anymore. It's really hard to do. Southbeck's on Paramount. To Paramount to sell out to fucking Epic. Epic's Paramount or something, I don't know. Might be. All these conglomerates. Best go somewhere else, bitch. Turning to move. Thank you. Thank you for bringing me the crown. Oh, that AFK TikTok, I feel ya. I got the AFK TikTok blues. Set up.
More gold.
Stop this now. Oh, this keyboard isn't sure. No. No! What was that? I was AFK 10 seconds and I was dead instantly! What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What was that? Come on, he wasn't even on the balloon. Come on, man. You fucking cocksucker piece of shit, brain dead developer. Try again. I'm gonna get a win out of you, even no matter what you do to me. Stupid piece of shit. Fuck you, stupid ass piece of shit, cocksucker developer. Fuck you. Come on, man. I was doing so good there. You just fucked me inside. You took a 10-second break. What the fuck is that? The fuck was that stupid piece of shit cocksucker brain dead developer? Fuck's your problem? Come on, man, I alt-tabbed for 10 seconds to change the video. And the guy pwned me full health instantly. What the fuck, inside of like 10 seconds? The fuck was that? He wasn't even on the balloon. What the fuck was that? I was in a balloon. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just the way things bounce, I guess. It's so dumb. Thank you. Fuck was that, man? Like, I was like doing good there, take a small 10-second break and I'm dead instantly. Fuck was that? I love running the balloon, it's actually so fun. 178. So annoying. Been pretty good though. Show your face, bitch.